Welcome, welcome. So yesterday we had spotty internet, but we also found that running tests with race detection was throwing us for a wobbly. Uh, we had to reach into the GL bindings library to fix uh, an issue that was basically Golang trying to protect us from being silly, but because of the API in OpenGL, we have to be silly. Namely, we have to use pointers that are really just offsets, not absolute pointers, but a delta. But anyways, we fixed that, and now we can work on fixing race conditions in glop. The race condition we saw yesterday was that when we have a render queue, we've got a channel that we listen for purge requests, namely people who want to block and wait for all the things in the queue to drain out. They can send a message there, and we will run everything and then give them a call back. Or, no, give them a message back. Now, my instincts were to make sure to close the channel at some point, and so it's like, okay, in the loop, we'll just defer closing it, and we're done. But how does that actually work? Like, this is a forever loop, so we're only going to break out of here if we, like, try to read from a closed channel, I think. Or like a panic, maybe. Going read from closed channel. Should be an error, right? Zero value of the channel's type immediately, along with the Boolean value of false. Oh. Hold on. So we do have a way to leave this, which is if somebody closes the queue. I don't think we have a stop processing. But nobody should close the work queue. Great. Nobody should close the purge queue. Great. So we're never going to break out of this loop. It's when you try to write to a closed channel that you get an error, right? Cause a panic. Okay. I think it's the callers of purge that end up closing the channel. Yeah, we make a channel. Wow, we never close that, do we? Like, it should get garbage collected, and that will close it, but the long and the short of it is, I think if we don't defer closing this, we don't change behavior, but we do fix the race condition, if that makes any sense. There's some... That's a good question. Where do we clean up these Go routines? Like, let's say we were running our tests and we spawn and we build a bunch of render queues and we start them and then we delete them and the garbage collector comes in and gets rid of them, right? It'll delete the the other go routine will this looping routine will have a reference to the channel, so the channel won't get garbage collected. The go routine will just block forever on that channel. We might want to improve the API of render queue interface. Um, to have like a stop processing. We could do things like have a finalizer that cleans up the channels and go routines, but I'd rather avoid finalizers if I can. It looks like we still race. No, this is a different race. Listener.onNotify and this is the render thread because it's in loop. And you're saying this line and this line are racing. Yes. Hmm. This is going to happen on the render thread. So the render thread touching this and then us reading it is a no-no. Fair. This should be an atomic dot 832 dot add one load. Now this is going to run on the render thread, but this synchronizes such that it is safe to read job did run. And then is it not sync? I thought. Or, why did my autocompleter prefer? I don't know why my completer completed the wrong package for that, but it did. Hmm. Now hold on. When we make a... Oh. I guess we should do this. I was thinking that maybe the notifier got notified by the, like, startup task. Run and notify. Start processing. If we queue it, right, and then somebody's just looping, it'll run and notify. So this is actually a bit of a janky test in that we shouldn't use an atomic. We should use a channel. Yeah. Oops. Here we need an atomic, but in the test, we should make a channel. Hey, welcome. Ovitly. Hello from Canada. How you doing? Let's make a channel. Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Hey, Sneaky Donkey. Sneaky Donkey likes to lurk. He's sneaky. But yeah, instead of this like atomic counter, we should actually use a channel because that initialization job should trigger an on-notify, and it's not determined. It's not deterministic whether it's happened or not at this point. Sitting here working and watching streams on Golang. Nice. Welcome. We're building the game. We're trying to, and yeah, for now we're trying to eliminate some race conditions. So if the jobs was a channel of it doesn't really matter what it is, and we give it a buffer, we should be able to job scene send a value, and then we need to like drain that channel. I'm at the stage of trying to get the thing to not be totally broken. So for context, we started out with there was this like Kickstarter project 12 years ago. 12 years ago that failed. And they were trying to make a game, namely Haunts the Man's Macabre. And they got most of the way there, they said, and then they kind of ran out of money, so they stopped. But as was their original plan, they kicked all the source code they had up onto GitHub. And so then I saw that old Reddit thread. The Reddit thread is 8 years old, but I only saw it like a year ago and had it in the back of my mind that, oh, maybe that'll be interesting to work on. And so I've been working on it. It builds, and we can start it, but we can't play games yet. There's been a lot of things that were never going to work. I don't know. I don't know any of the people who are the original authors, so I can't say why it is the way it is, but we're just trying to make it work and fixing what's not seeming to work. So, and learning a lot because I'm not a game dev. Does that make sense? If I had to guess, maybe this week we'd be able to load a level, but that's a bit optimistic. I need a way to like poll the channel. Polling drain takes a channel of bool, returns a count. Select on, how do I go again? V from CH. It's this case. I don't care what the value is, but I read from channel. That means we don't need to assign it a value, do we? Count plus plus. And then having a default case means if there's nothing buffered in the channel, we break out. I think that's basically it. We'll have to see. Jobs so far is do a polling drain of the queue. This should always be 0. No job notifications should have been sent before any jobs were queued. Before start processing. Now, Ovidly, are you a developer as well, or is this kind of you're just kind of interested in Golang as a side hustle? You said you're working, but presumably you're working on development. Feel free to just lurk too if that's your jam. But yeah, so before we call start processing, there has to be no jobs notified. After we call start processing, maybe it's 0, maybe it's 1. Less or equal. Let's actually, I don't know. See, problem with less or equal is that it does a E1 less than or equal to E2. But it's usually like the expected value, actual value. Whereas for us, it's got to be the actual value, expected value. So it's kind of backwards, but it is what it is. Okay, so job did run. Yep. Refresh the queue. Yeah. And then so that we purged the queue means we have to have run the initialization job and this job. So it should be so part of me is saying we should say, assert equal to with job so far. Right, and then job so far, Bowling Green, job seen. This is really, oops. On notify calls. It's really timing notifications. Notifications. So part of my brain is saying we should assert that it's equal to exactly 2, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be 2 because there's the initialization job, and then there's the job we run here. But we have to be careful. We don't want to test against implementation details. We want to test against the public API, which is to say we want to assume as little as possible about what's actually happening and just make assertions based on what must be true for the code to be correct instead of what will happen to be true if the code is the way it is. And so we have a question. Is the timing of the initialization job something that should get sent to a timing listener? I think it should. Should that be part of the API contract? Yes, I think it should. When that callback happens is not a part of the API contract. Other than it has to happen, that initialization timing call has to happen before any other calls, any other notifications. And so if we purge here with a queued job, we know we should expect the notification for this, and that will only happen after notification for the initialization job. Okay. Yada, 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 we're going to assert equal to. But here, we don't know if it happened yet or not. And that is okay. Only an initialization job notification could have been sent. There shouldn't be any notifications for user jobs yet. What name do I want to give this channel? It's like the on notify counter, on notify spy. So do a polling drain of the on notify events. Maybe it was 0. Sorry, it has to be 0 because we haven't started processing yet. No job notifications. No jobs should have run before start processing. Only an initialization job. Could have run. There shouldn't be any user jobs yet. Hey, Armalex. What's my take on putting code in main.go? I like keeping it completely empty other than calling the start function in my entry package. I am with you. The code in main.go is not testable. And you want to be able to test your code. Now, do as I say, not as I do. Check out this lovely main.go that does so much stuff. It's sat. We only now hit the main function, by the way. Oh my god, no. Ugh. I hate it, but it's what I inherited, so yeah. It sucks, but I'm not getting anything by changing it right now, so I want to change it, but one thing at a time. Okay. Yeah. So this is like user job did run. Doesn't matter how long this takes, the listener has a threshold of 0, so should still get notified about this running. We purged the queue, but the job didn't run. Yeah. Job so far. The listener should have been notified about an initialization job and one user job. Okay, does that test pass without race checking, race condition? What is that called? Instrumentation? Wait, this is Haunts. That's not the. That's not the. It's in the wrong directory. There we are. So it at least passes when the race condition detection instrumentation is added. Now that doesn't guarantee that there's no race conditions. It just guarantees that we didn't invoke one. So let's do that. Basically, keep running the tests until we see failure, and hopefully we don't see failure for a while. But we'll let that kind of chug along and do other things. So what do we change? We said, yeah, we don't actually have to close that queue. It'll never close, and that's fine. We have a little helper for draining a channel, and use that to eliminate a race condition in our test. We had a test that was accidentally introducing a race condition, and the detection picked it up. So good job, Golang team on dash race. But for now, we're going to commit our fix. It's really a fix for the testing. Fix a race condition in okay. For me, my commit messages are about why did I make this change. If I want to know what changed, I can look at the diff. So for me, the reason I made this change is to fix a race condition. I don't need more information than that. This was I'm trying to do TDD in this project as well, so we didn't add a red test. We didn't green a red test. We made changes that shouldn't change the functionality of the actual library, so it's a refactor. I did not format my code correctly. Thank you, pre-commit hook. Oh, yeah. Why? Oh, can't have a space there. Okay, so that's cool. I'm going to push this version of this library. Glop is this like purpose-built library to get the Haunts app going. And now back in Haunts, which is like the actual, thing that opens a window and tries to run a game, we're going to try to update to the newest version of the library and see what breaks. Okay, so without race detection instrumentation, things are happy. Let's see what happens when we add dash race. We might want to do dash count equal 1 to like cache bus and stuff, but okay, so more race, less good. We have so many go routines. GC worker idle. Sorry, I'm just seeing if there's an easy way to cut down on the channel spam. The texture manager is a block until, yeah, whatever. Okay. Oh, it's because we have all these helper go routines that I don't want to get into why they're there or why I think they're there, but they're there. Okay, so let me clean up my diffs. This is just a straight comment improvement. Improve to do comments. The make file, we added a recipe for running with the race condition instrumentation. In my head, I'm like, do we want also a cache busted version? I'm going to say if anyone wants to cache bust, they can use test run args to dash count as one. If you're just continually running, go test race, the tests that can be cached should only be cached if they're fine. That's not true. Because it's like running your tests with dash race is inherently flaky. sometimes it'll succeed. Um, let's add a second helper. Um, let's actually add it to glop while we're here. Edit, make file. I think I want the RakeC tests to default to cache busted. Cache busted is cache busting is like the term for doing something to like avoid accidentally getting something from cache. But you have to opt into it for race condition testing. Because this is usually what you want. But if you know what you're doing, I'll make it easy for you. Sure. Okay. Let's go back to glop. Oh, the tests are still testing. That's good. We can test while we test, right? Yeah. Thank you, XVFB. If you don't know about XVFB, let me tell you, it's so good. Tools. It's a feature for the tooling. Prefer cache busted race condition testing. Yeah. We'll update glop again. It's not really going to change stuff for us in haunts because it's just a change to the makefile in glop, but at least it's up to date with what's on GitHub. So over here, we will follow the pattern of this is cache busted. Fingers, come on. Okay. Feature for tooling, add makefile, recipes for running tests with race condition. For running the test suite with race condition detection. Yeah. We probably want to add. We don't need to add go mod go sum before. We'll do it now. This is a chore update glop. And then I don't care about committing this change, but we will run the test racy. And yeah, we're finding race conditions. This is good. Okay, other cores, you can go churn on checking race conditions in the tests for glop. But here, up. My goodness, so many. Why are there so many go routines? I don't know. Okay, so they're saying manager.go. Line 402. And line 482. Yeah, there's race conditions. Okay, so people are playing it fast and loose with when they look at things on these like data instances. Um, this is not the only place where we race on data.texture. So what is the thing to do? The thing to do is have some rigor around how we're looking at these data objects. They're lazy loaded off thread, which is just a bad pattern. But they're used everywhere. Well, let me think. I'm going to say that the race condition I'm actually trying to pin down is the one that was making the UI start test fail. And I don't know if that's what this test was complaining about. Let's make sure. Um, oh, there's multiple races. Many races. So let's simplify things. Make test run args is dash race and run game UI start test draw startup UI. Don't cache. One of the big advantages of using a makefile to run these recipes that I'm running all the time is that you can go look up easily the shell command that is the equivalent. And so you can understand how to tweak args and control things this way. So yeah, the real issue was render string text forward pointer used to do bad things. Wait, what? I thought we fixed that when we Oh, we didn't update to the new GL. Yeah, okay. So Golang, you have your own dependencies. Um, this needs to get updated. The best way to, the easiest way is to just look in here. Oop. Use this line, please. Very similar, except a newer commit. Okay. Go mod tidy. Now run it. The original problem was that we were deterministically failing that test when race condition instrumentation was added because we were building a unique or an unsafe pointer from like a value like 6 or 7, like a just an offset, and it's because of gross. When you add that dash race flag, it adds more checks than just race detection. It makes unsafe pointer construction more pedantic and stringent. And our underlying OpenGL bindings had a problem where they were not obeying the rules for stringent construction of unsafe pointer. Um, okay, so texture manager 402. Oh, look. Wouldn't you know it? And texture manager 482. Yeah. All right. So the way to fix this racing condition is to make the texture data objects not pretend like everything's single threaded. Um, the real problem, not the real problem, but a real problem is that we have a lot of copy paste. Glop has its own texture manager that is very similar to, but not the same as the Haunts texture manager. Um, yeah. So I'm thinking like if I want what do I want? I don't want the duplication, and I don't want race conditions. So if one of the managers is better suited to not racing, we should migrate to that. But I'm not sure that this one does it any better. Uh, the basic, like, kind of resource that should be protected from concurrent access is this one in glop. Hmm. Yeah. Do we have sprite path anywhere? Yes. Okay. Cleanse cake. Ew, you don't have a new line. I don't know what any of this means. um, but it does have a sprite path. Ooh. I'm not sure they protect this texture either. Who references you? So this has to happen on the render thread. This happens on the render thread. This has to happen on the render thread. Hmm. So at least this one only um, touches that like dot texture on the render thread. But not all textures are sprites. You know what I mean? Like sprites have textures, and those textures get managed by this sprite texture manager. But there's a lot of stuff that we don't need for most textures. For like drawing the floor. The floor doesn't have like animations to deal with. Or rotations. It doesn't need to be called every frame for updating. I really hate how there's a big P path and a little P path, but there is. Um, why would we ever want to change it? Hmm. It might be a pain to fix this. There's just a oh, there's not that many, and they're all here. So the object.data call can happen not on the render thread. Yay. Oh, we gotta do the same fix for vertex pointer that we did for text coord pointer. Man. Um, vertex pointer. Vertex.go. Uh, so we need to switch on pointer.type. Case of unsafe.Pointer, we will do c.gogl vertex pointer offset. Basically this, but that. And not PTR of pointer, but just v. Otherwise, we will do that. And there might be a problem in the tests, but that's okay. We'll fix the tests if we need to. Things are happening. Come on. So the underlying problem is that the OpenGL API sometimes uses uh, this value as like an absolute pointer into client memory, and other times it uses it as an offset into a bound array buffer. And that's just depending on state of whether there's an element array buffer bound or something like that. And so sometimes we're passing uint pointer here, sometimes we're passing like a real pointer there. What? Oh, but yeah. Golang doesn't want you to build a unsafe pointer from, uh, you know, like a 14. So there used to be a case here that if it was a uint reflect.uint pointer, they would just return unsafe pointer of it. But that's not good. So we have to fix that. Technically, we should be writing a test for it. Oh, look. Import testing. So beforehand, test vertex pointer offset pointer testing t. No, I'm not going to add this test. To do it right, to call this, we need to initialize GL, and that's just not what I want to do. We already have coverage for PTR view and pointer panics, and we saw that panic here. Yeah. And it's a bug in this that it didn't do the switch that we just added. So let's add commit fix. Don't call PTR on putter. Don't try to make an unsafe pointer from uint putter. Okay, so let's check out testable init, rebase, push, force with lease, main should be main, and testable init should be testable init. Oh, yeah, we gotta tell it which remote to push to. Cool. All right. So that means glop needs to use that version. I think we've done enough race condition checking. Um, hooray. But yeah, I need a bit of coffee. Gonna take a quick break. When we get back, we'll update our Go mod files. Sorry, my fingers aren't working. That's how I know I need coffee. But we'll update our Go mod files and propagate those changes to dependencies, and that will mean that our panic when calling vertex pointer uh, will go away. Be right back. Yeah, we're gonna update all the dependencies and things would be good. Okay, go no proxy github.com go mod go. This is the version string I need. While we're here, we might as well copy for haunts. Chore update GL. And then we should push it. Then we should update glob. I wonder at what point we should start depending directly on my forks of these projects. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. That's the test we want to run. So that would have been a deterministic failure when we were calling vertex pointer. Out of curiosity, where else do we use offset unsafe? There's not like other weird GL things to worry about, is there? Vertex pointer, text forward pointer, that's all I got. Put through grep pointer. Master grep dash v. Hooray, okay. It's not that there's another one that we have to worry about. Okay, so we're still racing on texture things, it would seem. Edit texture manager. Let us make another thing. Race condition detected. Well, there's a race condition where multiple go routines are reading, writing, texture, object, data, texture. Object, fields, object.data, texture. Should be, data dot texture fields through texture object instances. We need to make all texture accesses on the render thread and have a thread safe way to check for loaded, not loaded. Because I think that's how texture is used right now. I'm going to tag everything with 27 as I find it. I think I do that. Need synchronization with the render thread before switching into OData. OData. This will happen on the render thread, and that's fine. We can do like a must happen on render thread here, and yeah, we're gonna render.must be on render thread. This is clearly on the render thread. Again, on the render thread. This is a off thread instance. Data.texture accessing data.texture off of the render thread is a data race. Actually, not as many as I thought there would be. I I don't like this manual unlock. Sometimes we do concurrency one way, sometimes we do it a different way. Trying to send too much to OpenGL in a single frame. What's load count before? Ah! Package. State. At least it's mutext. Um, I don't think we need this function or this go routine to like pull things out of the pipe. Pardon me, pull things out of load requests. Um, well, I guess if things get blocked on the load mutex, we might. Okay, so the only places that actually have problems are 27 and 27. Here and here. If every object had a mutex, we could do this. Who changes that? That's a construction. This is read, 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 floor path. What? This is very wrong. That's not gonna work anyways. Like, this is... Oh my gosh. This is wrong, because it's... datadir doesn't specify a path to a thing. So, although that assigns it, it is jank AF. Um, read, more jank, but less jank than before. this whole big p path, little p path has to go away, and I'm going to get rid of it. We're going to ignore race conditions for now, and we're just going to make things correct. Well, as correct as we can with race conditions inherent in the system. Race condition with respect to field access of texture objects. Get rid of path stuff in texture objects. Like, please. The the fix here is texture objects should be pretty opaque. And if we want to get or set path, you should be calling helper functions. So that's the first thing to do, is actually abstract things like that. For now, let us make the changes that we've made here. It's a bit of a whippy change in that we know the race condition is still there, but it is a step in the right direction. Why did we make this change? Update glob. But also add. Okay, so the thing to do is get rid of this. And so we're in a refactor mode. No. Dot big P path is not a thing. And it's, if the data is nil, then it should be like pending data. this is to do number 27 data erase on d.accessed should be render thread only. Or protected by the manager's mutex. It is. Okay. Protected from concurrent access by the manager's mutex. So should this. We need to start protecting I think that's the way to do it. That or we use an atomic, but we'll get there. This had better be protected everywhere. Then need to use manager's mutex to protect this access. Protected, protected, protected. Yeah. Okay, so this should be in the manager. Each manager should have a generation, not otherwise. All right. We could just let the zero value do its thing, but let's do it this way. And then it'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah. Good, good, good. This unlock ought happen up here. Every minute we allocate a slice of string. we lock this. We get a read lock on the manager, and we say for everything in the registry, if the current generation less the last access time is greater than or equal to 2, then it is unused. One's using the last 2 minutes. We've done our read of the registry, or like a scan of it, so we will unlock. Now we will acquire a write lock to upgrade the generation. At this point, if there's nothing to clean up, we unlock and continue. Otherwise, m.registry of s. Okay. Collect all the things out of registry that were keyed by registry. Yeah. Why not just get the data up here? I guess we want the string key for tracking deleted things. Sure. Um, Let me queue a texture delete. Hmm. This won't be done under protection of mutex, but it will be done on the render thread. How broken are we right now? Line 40. We need to tell the manager to do this for us. Um, so we have in the texture package, we could have a func refresh generation, update access time. Um, set accessed. texture is nil. Before texture set accessed. Maybe on access. Ugh, 27. I think that apart from here, which is really when we are obliterating a instance of data, here's where we're loading it. What was I thinking? We only ever really set it once, it seems. Slash I hope. Yeah. Okay. Let's implement on access for the manager. And it's just like m.mutex.lock. Now people using .path will fail to compile, and that is good. So this was never going to help. Go away. Make file widget. That's so silly because, oh no, I guess it's like the default value is whatever the string path of the texture is already. Manager dot mutex dot lock. Sure. This is broken. Don't use it. Yes, we lock, read, unlock, lock, read, unlock. I don't care. If it's slow, we'll deal with it, and we'll find it in profiling. Now, make file widget. If path is not set, or if path is the empty string, what happens? Why? What? If path represents a directory, returns path. So the file returns a directory containing path. Path is always cleaned before it is returned. There's an error. If it's the empty string, we will return slash. I think. Func a manager can get path, do data. This should be not exported. And then this should be this. Return get path. I want to maintain the pattern of there's a package level helper that does the thing. It checks that there's a manager and freaks out if there's not. And then we call a member function on the manager in order to do the work, so that it's only member functions of the manager that actually deal with what you call it, locking and unlocking the mutex. Now hold on, if we say .data here, does that race? I don't know. Kinda. It does, I think. We're just getting rid of path. We're getting rid of path. Pardon me. Measure tab.go 186. $235. We should never do this. The texture manager needs to know about this. Okay. This is where you say like o dot data dot delete or something like that. hey scavenger, scavenge this. Um, uh, I don't think this properly cleans up the GL texture. Whoa, uh, need to fix. New data. O dot data path is new path. O data. It's not this. It's just O dot data comma error is M dot load from path new path. O data texture. It would be something like lock the manager, null out the O data pointer, pitch a copy of it to the render queue to delete. Um, let's just do that. M dot text dot lock. Var old data is a pointer to data. Old data is O data. O data is nil. M dot render queue dot queue honk of render dot render queue state that just does a old data dot delete. We could just return error here, um, but I want to wrap it with some context. So I'm going to do this. Hey, Mongo Studios. Oh, sorry, Fern of Sigma. Didn't see you in the chat there. Welcome. And welcome, Mongo Studios. Things are eh. Like, I started running tests with the dash race flag in Go test, and it very correctly identified a bunch of race conditions. Um, so I'm trying to fix them because I think that's what's causing a certain test to be flaky. And it ain't easy. I won all the races? Yeah. Used to. Used to win all the races, but now the tests are failing every once in a while. Some races are failing. Yay, says Friend of Sigma. Yeah, we noticed you. Um, Thinking about it, if we had, if somebody had a pointer to dot data, and these were like atomics, you could poll, but Fern of Sigma. Sorry, I don't think I remember you. Did you change your username? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's okay. Sorry. Oh, not a chatter? I've seen you in a rusty place. Oh, over on uh, Tom's channel, Tom GH, Tom BH, playing with Tatoy. It had all the shady stuff in the background. I think, yeah, over on Tom's channel, right? Working on Tatoy. Yeah, yeah. Well, welcome to the channel. We don't have much Rust, but we do have some Go. Uh, a lot of Go, and I don't like any of it. What are they doing here? What's the point of using this? Like, I guess if it's not scavenged yet. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. This only happens very infrequently. Do I like working with Go? Yeah, I think there's a lot of positives. I like the tooling, the uh, being able to just pass dash race to the test, to have it like instrument all my test code with uh, checking for race conditions is like very nice. Um, there's a few things you have to kind of accept with Go, which is like coming from C++. There's less structure around kind of the object lifetime, but that's something you're going to deal with a lot in anything that's garbage collected. It's like having Valgrind right in the compiler. It is. It really is. Or Valgrind, sorry. I always call it Valgrind, but Valgrind. It's very handy. What was I doing? Yeah, I was looking at resetting the path. Yeah. You'll have no maps and you'll like it. No, no, I will not. Friends don't let friends use nil maps, okay? Or zero values for maps. Um, Not liking nulls in Kotlin. Yeah, you're never gonna get away from null on top of the JVM, right? It's just uh, too important. So I'm in the midst of trying to hide some information here. Basically, everybody and their uncle used to say .object texture object.path, and they really shouldn't have. Um, this can just be like a get path. Already returns a string. This is just call reset path, please. Oops. The sheer amount of UI boilerplate with a std lib. I've not played with Kotlin, but yeah, I find a lot of boilerplate with a lot of UI. I'm trying to think if there's a GUI library that didn't make me feel like there's a lot of boilerplate. Nothing comes to mind. But I also don't do a lot of GUI stuff. On one hand, you like it. On the other hand, you're using a JetBrains-based IDE, and it's so slow compared to NeoVim. HTML has some boilerplate. UI just sucks always. I mean, it's hard to not suck with UI. HTML, you're saying, might have not much boilerplate. Until you go and you try to use it in the real world, like if you want to use like internationalization or localization or accessibility features, like it's a hard problem, so all the solutions are hard. Yeah, some of it you have focus trees and accessibility. I mean, when people use it right, yeah, but trying to compose pieces of HTML and stuff that's not written in one repo is rough. Stuff is always hard, yeah. It is. Six, 515. House room. I should really like integrate the output from the build with the like location list or whatever, but I just never bothered. Always heard that the best accessibility is none if you work with HTML because it's hard to get right and chances are you will do more harm than good a lot of the time. One of the things I've been telling myself and others recently is that state is hard and evil. It should be avoided. But games and UI only work if there's lots of states, so we just gotta embrace that suck and work through it. I mean, applications have state, yeah. I saw that in a Kevin Powell video with an interview of a lady who cannot try, or who cannot type. Yeah. Uh, we're just logging it, but we will get it. Uh, 593. Oh, avert thine eyes. Avert thine eyes. How do people just make these right now? Pointer to the zero texture dot data dot render. What? Apps have state, but you can reduce the blast zone in a lot of cases. Yeah. Um, all the tools for just making her feel bad. What is this? This is a bug. This is okay. So first, the first expression is this. So texture.object is a type. We're going to construct the zero value of it, and we're going to take the address of it. That's fine. C and C++ folks might be like, what are you doing? You're making it on the stack, and you're taking the address. Go knows whether to put it on the heap or not. That's fine. We can take the address of it. So we'll have the address of a zero-valued texture object. And then we call .data. So nil, right? Like very much nil. Like empty string, nil pointer. Yeah, the data will be nil. And then we're load empty string path. That's never going to work. You got to tell it where the image is, not where the. Anyways, so we get this useless object after sending a bogus request to the manager, and then we tell it to .render. Um, and we give it an x, a y, a width, and a height. And there's a diameter for a box? What? It's bad. Memory's taken care of our one true god, but actually it's a guy named Neil who's being held hostage for his entire lifetime. Memory's taken care of by our one true god, but actually it's a guy named Neil. Yeah, good old Neil. Um, but yeah, when you go to render from a thing that's never got any. What did they think was going to happen? What? Ugh. Someone should send Neil a nice thanks for all you do card. Neil and the Cash Massacre. Let's fix this bug when we get to it. It's not a problem right now. We can't load a level, so how are we going to see AoE attacks render on the floor? Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, okay, so they were straight up making a texture object. Uh, we need to option.icon.resetPath instead. like they also have this alias of string to a base dot path, but like they don't ever do any work to make sure it's good. Anyways, to do here there be dragons. Yeah. Is the single char parameter name a Go convention? Um, no, I don't think so. Uh, most single char parameters, I would say, are a mistake. Don't do it. Give it a decent name. Um, but there's a lot of what's the word, momentum. There's lots of inertia in this code base for certain names for certain things, and so we can fight that inertia, or we can accept that it's not what we want and be pragmatic about it. AKA make excuses for why I'm lazy. Pragmatism. I can be lazy. I just have to make it sound fancy. Let's. I mean, premature optimization, root of all evil, yada yada yada. But come on. Meanwhile, Kotlin with the default name it for a parameter passed into a callback. Yeah, I don't really mind it as like a self pointer or a this. Um, I agree with you, but single char var names are very common in Go. I don't know if it came before all the example code that uses that style or not. I think it's probably just Rob Pike likes to not use multiple characters, and so he wrote a bunch of stuff that didn't use multiple characters, and everybody else is like, okay, fine, we'll do that. When in doubt, be like Pike. Okay. Oh my god, it compiled. Oh, some of it compiled. That could be. The only place I'll bend to that convention is for methods. The type they hang off of, I'll abbreviate. Oh, so like when you're defining a member function on a struct, like a manager can just be an M. Yeah. One of the pieces of wisdom that was shared with me was name your variables. The verbosity with which your variable name your variable such that the length is proportional to the scope that it's referenceable from. So like if you got like a little local that's only here for little 3 lines of the whole program, it can be a single letter. If it's like a global variable, give it a name that makes sense and don't worry about using keystrokes. It's worth it. Um, I try to follow that. Um, that mischaracterized new line about premature optimization has become every JS dev's favorite line of code. Yeah. Now, what is going on here? Oh, we're trying to open the empty string. Who knew? Credits menu, run drawing test. What the? I had changes in that buffer. That's a really good rule of thumb. Yeah, I've liked it. Holy frick, you hear Caramel dancing? Gabrielio. Okay. Yeah, we told it to draw, and it wasn't done loading yet. Because it didn't know what to load yet. Yuck. Sorry? Why did I go to 44? Oh, I went to 44 because of this. We need to go to 128. Yeah. Okay. So somebody told the credits menu to draw before we gave this a path. Yeah. But didn't we load it from the registry? We only load it if we insert credits menu. Did we insert credits menu? Uh, the thing to draw was just given as a parameter. Uh, and if it was a UI credits, it's probably from game UI credits test. So we gave it this one. Game.insert credits menu. So shouldn't it have written to the debugger? I hate this part, but it's better than the alternative. Okay, well that's working. I'm gonna get some coffee or maybe tea. Be right back. Okay. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Uh, what? Background. Don't you have... Wait a minute. Oh, no, we can't use... Okay, so a lot of these texture.objects are actually loaded from, or initialized from data on disk, but it uses reflection to load it, and reflection can't touch the unexported path. Man, we can't have nice things, you know? Only exported so that the registry stuff can load paths from disk. Use get path if you want to read. Use set path if you want to write. Okay. We have some tests that we're skipping, but that those tests just passed. Cool. So we won't talk about the terrible zero value texture object that's being asked to render. It'll crash when we try to call it, and that's when we'll fix it. But for now, this refactoring doesn't get to do what it wanted to do, which was hide the big.d data. That being said, or sorry, the big P path. That being said, we did get rid of the other path. And we have a way to say, show me who is using this. And we can say like, oh, it's only in manager.go. So we don't have the compiler to check it for us, but we have an easy way to find out if it's totally borked. Now, I don't think that fixes issue 27. Um, we shall fix 27 in the context of already having this stuff fixed, or at least refactored. So refactor, remove direct references to texture object path, and the shadow path. because yuck. This won't history expand, right? Yeah. Yeah. Poor architecture decisions have layers. It do be like that. Yeah. Okay. So presumably we're still racy. And manager 430. It's still the .texture field. The like flow of control is somebody wants to load a texture, so they say load from path to get a .data. Here's a question: who calls load from path? This is for testing. This is in a test. This is the thing we were just looking at. This is in manager test. Manager test, manager test. Okay, so texture.load from path is somewhat jacked. Like, why return a texture data when you could return a texture object? Did I not? I skipped this when I was trying to walk the calls to load from path. But anyways, draw reticle does want something to render. It doesn't much care to hold on to it. It's the texture data that can render, right? Yeah. I hate this. Doesn't data have the path? No. The object has the path. Ugh. Wonderful names, object and data. This is sending a load request to the threads that do the actual loading. To load the thing from this path. And write to this pointer. Write to the object at this pointer. Mostly protected. No, it is protected. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so instead of the getting the data and then calling render on it, we should just call render on the object. Is there an interesting story that I could share behind why this project in particular and why streaming? Um, I don't know if it's interesting, but like the long and short of it is that one day I was doing some Golang at a real job, and I ended up on the Golang subreddit, which, to be honest, I find answering programming questions on Reddit is never the right way to go. But I basically stumbled across this post and was like, oh, I thought I remembered this thing from maybe way back in the day. And yeah, no, it's pretty old. Um, but it was like, oh, the original author claimed he can't bring the code base to compile. And I was like, that should be doable. So I looked into it, and yeah, it didn't compile out of the gate, but uh, it does now. Why am I streaming? I think I'm streaming because I enjoy um, the kind of talking with people about code and teaching people what I know and sharing what I know. Uh, and I also wanted to leave a kind of a record of how I brought this project back. Uh, like I save all the VODs to YouTube and stuff. So if anybody wants to watch how the thing got rebuilt or resurrected or rescued or whatever you want to call it, you can. It's kind of like open source, but also open dev, if that makes sense. But yeah, it seemed like an interesting project that with a bit of a challenge to it. The challenge was important. Um, but yeah, streaming lets me talk to people and share what I've learned. I like doing that. Qualifies as interesting. Awesome. Yeah, I find a lot of people who end up on the stream do find the idea compelling to like pick up a software project that fell over and is purportedly pretty close to completion, but no, I don't think so. There's a lot of things that just weren't going to work. Um, okay, so instead of telling a data to render, what if we tell an object to render? Have I done a lot of game dev prior to this? Nope. I'm not a game dev guy. I was like a back end guy, back end full stack guy. Um, so yeah, learning a lot about OpenGL that I, to be honest, is probably wasted knowledge because it's like OpenGL 2.1 instead of an OpenGL that's not heckin' old. um, yeah, so if instead of o.data being how you say render, you came from back end enterprise stuff too. Find there's a lot of different problems in game dev, and they're really interesting to solve. Yeah, right now it's the all of my problems are like legacy code problems, which is definitely enterprisey. um, but yeah, legacy code is just the code that you're not pulling it from the ether this week, unfortunately. So that should be the same stuff. 98. Oh, yeah. That's fair. I thought I saw a line number. Oh my god. Such race. Facts on facts. You don't need a data. You don't need a data. Why call data? Oh, wait. There's a problem with this approach. When we used to call data, it used to load from path. What is our diff looking like? How much? How much diff? Um, I think I need to rethink this. Um, the on access part is actually important in terms of like making sure we keep um, marking things as not up for scavenging. Um, they've got like a scavenger thread basically that wakes up every minute and checks to see if there's textures that haven't been used for a while and cleans them up. I mean, I guess we can just say like, where is it used? Can we make sure it's protected? Um, there's a problem with that. There's the texture manager. There's the threads calling into the texture package or calling into the texture manager, and then there's the render thread. The render thread is the only one that should be doing GL operations, but we want to be able to. Oh, wait, we have these. So dx and dy. What if instead of looking for texture 0, we look at dx dy 0? Because we actually set dx dy when we try to load from path. And we do it under mutex. We do it here. We do it not under mutex. We could do it under mutex. I don't like doing file IO with while holding a mutex. So we'll just acquire it again. Um, Instead of this, I'm going to say if data dot not loaded. I'm not going to export it. Um, well, maybe it is loaded. Bool. Turn d.dx not 0. If d is loaded, we bind it. Otherwise, we bind an error texture. This is actually the correct check. Um, dot texture shall only get accessed on the render thread. Um, yeah, we are under mutex right now. Um, but the only time we write should be under mutex, and then it's still not going to be enough if you don't load under mutex. We might need to set them to atomics or something, but let's just see what we can do. All right, texture. That's on the render thread. That's on the render thread. So is that, and that, and that, and that. Ho ho. Only accessed on the render thread. So no mutex needed. Nothing works. This could be the race, but I thought I saw other failures. And a deadlock. Bleh. Okay, one thing at a time. Edit house room test. What did we change? We said that's comment is different. Is loaded is a thing. Instead of texture is 0. Texture manager. Pardon me. This is used. Well, sorry, this is on the render thread. Okay. We're now setting dx and dy when we have the right mutex for the manager. What was I smoking when I wrote this? We asynchronously append to wait channels. We just like start reading it. How did this ever work? What? Okay, so there's a set of paths. Yeah. We make a slice of channel of bool. We spawn a go routine. No, we. Oh, sorry. This is not go funk. This is funk call. This is uh, so that we unlock. This is a scoped lock. Oh, okay. So for path. Oh, okay. So wait channels will have already been initialized. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what is this for? I guess it's so that we have someone pulling from each channel. Yeah, why the go routine put the weight chain into collector? Yeah. Um, certainly this pull needs to happen in a different routine than this one. Um, the writing, I mean, you got to get it off that routine somehow. But why not just for range wait channels, wait on that channel? The channel is buffered, so we don't need to worry about other things blocking until we pick it up. Um, like this could be. Oh, is it so that we have one channel to pull while waiting for the interrupt, while waiting for the timeout? I mean, we could just say load result is just pull from that channel. Either this one finishes or we time out. Um, yeah. I shouldn't be changing this right now, but Let's not change that right now. Um, but let's do clean. Why another channel? Answer. Don't need one. That being said, we've got mismatches here. Now, is it mismatches because something timed out? Make test fresh. Test fresh blows away all the old rejection files that might be there or not, and then reruns the tests so that I'm not confused by old test runs. What? Somebody disabled texture 2D and then went around trying to draw textured things. Okay, so there's actually that's one class of failure. There's another class where it's the one test is deadlocking. Which test is deadlocking? And why would it be deadlocking now when it wasn't deadlocking before? Because d.dx not 0 is slightly different than texture not 0. Yeah, it is different. Bunny trails. Bunny trails? What's a bunny trail? Um, yeah, is loaded is not what it used to be. Just because we've tried to load it. This is not is loaded. This is load request. Is have we started trying to load it yet? Has it been has a load request for this thing been submitted or very close to being submitted? Um, yeah. Let's do one of these. And just like do that and see if anything calls that or anything causes that to panic. Aha. So you're saying there's a panic. I mean, block until loaded probably doesn't shouldn't happen on the render thread. um, This is not true. We don't need to... What am I thinking here? Um, like, I think this is only used in the tests. This is in a for test, yeah. Texture test, measure test. This should really be called block until loaded for test, but blah, 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 blah. So the idea that we're potentially waiting for the render thread to purge may be okay. Oh, little distracting side trails that you can get distracted by and spend time following. The bunny trails? Yeah. That that makes a lot of sense. I think my brain is just kind of melty. I mean, this comment right here is the... What am I doing? Hmm. Trying to organize my thoughts. Like, why would this change introduce deadlock? It would introduce deadlock because this check here is not the thing that we need to be checking. This is not going to happen on the render thread. So calling data dot is loaded here, or looking at the dot texture is a no go or a no bueno. Of course it is. You're binding coding with unfamiliar code grokking with streaming, all which are things that make someone's brain melty after a few solid hours. Yeah. And I haven't eaten lunch. You're right. I should eat lunch. Um, okay, so for block until loaded, we're trying to find out if the thing in the registry is like finished with loading. For me. Why not let's just look at in flight? Let's do that then. Bruno, what's already loaded or in flight? No, what's... Oh. Bruno, what's not in flight? Like, clearly. So... So for each path that we were told to block for, um, hmm, this acquires and releases. Before you call block until loaded, you need to That's not true. Load waiters is a bunch of channels that need to exist. Um, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the time of lock correct. Like, if no one was waiting for it, we're done. If someone was, we send it, whether it worked or not, and we close it. And we remove it from the map. I think we would need to acquire the mutex and not use the helper that acquires copies and releases. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Should probably do this the other way around. Like, for path in path set, if m.registry at path. Hmm. Hold on. I got an idea. For path in range path set, if there isn't something in the registry, we need to install a load waiter. Um, let's let's say data found. is that. And then if not found, weight channels. That's it. Thanks for your service. Now, if it's not in the load waiters map, then that means it is before where do we write to load waiters? We only write to load waiters here. If it's in weight loaders, we've got the channel to listen for on. If it's not in weight loaders, it might be in the registry. If we found it in the registry, well, if we didn't find it in the registry, need a new channel to wait on. m.loadwaiters at path is new chan. New chan is make channel of a bool, I think. Yep. Weight channels is append. I'm gonna write it this way and then maybe refactor to cut down on the duplication, but new channel. We're done with this iteration of the loop. Yeah. So now, if we found it in the registry, maybe it's done loading. Maybe it is not. There's an entry in the registry, but the texture might not be loaded yet. I'm thinking like we need to send something to the render queue to check to see if it's loaded. If it is loaded, we can signal a channel. And if it's not loaded, we can what? Slash the in-flight. Yeah, there we go. So it will be in flight. Yep. If m dot load no, m dot in flight at path there might be a channel in load waiters already from some other block until idle called. Um, but it can't be because we just looked for it. So there's not an entry in load waiters. There's not an entry in the registry, but there is one in flight. Load waiters. It's really this again. We shall copy paste, make it work, and then dry it out. Oh, we should probably clean up the old cruft that sucks. Whoops. And then, yeah, panic. Wait, what? No, this is already loaded. Um, found in the registry, not in flight, must be loaded. Don't wait for it. Okay. Okay, so how do we dry this out? Maybe let's commit and then dry it out. I don't know how many times I've actually looked and made sure that this was always on the render thread. What I should do, have like a get texture that asserts on render thread. Have a get texture not exported does must be on render thread. Just for the heck of it, let's run it. Oh yeah, something broke. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, right? Who called reset path? What? Oh, sorry. This panicked, which hit, yeah, some things in glop. Um, who? I don't think we called that. Uh, don't think we called that because that's the furniture tab. Make house data. Alright, fine. Fine. Be like that. Main.go. Neil, help us all. Oh, okay, good. Make host data tab. So we broke it back here-ish. We didn't have test coverage for that. 361. We told it to reset path, but it didn't have data. Of course not. If old data not now. Slightly better. Still panicky there, but things are happening. Ooh, it's a cage. And a chaise. More chaise. Okay, so what do we do? We noticed we needed test coverage for that. Yep. We changed the comment. We refactored texture equal 0 to is loaded. We made sure not to panic if we're resetting a not initialized texture. I love it when things happen. Yeah. Okay. Do we change how and when dx dy get read? No, we did not. We just changed the we block when we write it. Maybe we'll need to, but today is not that day. That's the flaky test. Flaky tests. Okay. Apart from comments, it's a hide the .texture field a bit, but not even. Because we're still calling d.texture.bind. It's really this. This is the important bit. I might commit this as a fix and then commit the rest as a refactor to clean up. Okay. Patchy, patchy, patchy. No, not that patch. No, not that patch. No, not that patch. No. Or, it was that patch. Yes. Fix if an uninitialized, if an unloaded texture is asked to reset path, we should not crash. I don't think that's around my change. No, we're good. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a call here. Wow, a phone call that actually wasn't spam. I didn't know that still happened. All right, commit. Now this is a cleanup. We refactored this to make it more sensible. And to not touch data.texture off the render thread. In 2025, madness. I agree. I mean, I thought my brain was melting from the code, but clearly reality is just warping. Okay, clean a bit of refactoring. A bit of housekeeping. That's all it is. Now, why another channel? Sorry, the formatting changed the file underneath me. Maybe it'll work. We've established that block until loaded only happens on test anyways, so that shouldn't have broken anything. Yeah, more housekeeping. Don't bother with an extra collect step in our scatter collect. Thing in a scatter collect. Words are hard. Not good enough. Now, all right. So now other places where we do a dot texture, we should do a get texture. Yeah. My goodness. My spoon turned into a granola catapult. Disaster catastrophe. It's not that bad. It'll wake you up though. Alright, so we don't need to call must be on render thread. We can just say like text is d dot get texture. If if text that. Let's just do it like this. Yes, we double check for are we on the render thread, but this just reads better. And the check is pretty quick. It's a look up a thread local. You're maybe we don't need a get texture. Fine, we won't do it. Get texture. Come on, fingers. Get texture. Flaky test. Yeah, we don't need a must be on render thread there because we're calling is loaded calls render thread. Okay. Clean get texture isn't really needed. Yeah, sure, okay. The indentation changed there because I removed a comment, and that made it look like these fields are now next to each other again, and so they should have their types aligned. Okay, so yeah, yeah, that. Oh look, we already have. We did it again. Like, thank you. No, test. Don't race. Don't race with another thread to get the thing that we've already got. What other to-dos do we have here? Okay. Resetting path. Reading o.data. Yeah. What if we did a cheeky little temp is m.load from path, walk, o.data is temp. What could go wrong? You shall not race. I mean, you could do something terrible like new data, o.data, do the o.data, new data, a little swappy swap, but we'd need a better name for this. Uh, I'd rather have, I'd rather have this. Cake. Credits. Use a mutex to ensure mutual exclusion. Fix. You shall not race. I hate that. Like, it's not clear to me when the exclamation mark expands to something. Well, I mean, it's like that didn't expand. That did. That didn't. That will. What? Yeah, I got a bone to pick with the exclamation mark in Bash, but it's not so terrible that I'm gonna set no hist expand or whatever it is. Okay. This is probably still racy. Maybe? It's just slow. This is very bad attribution. Like, there's no deadlines in this file. It's in here. And that's saying 25 seconds? No, 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 no. Why does it attribute it to this line? Oh, it is a 25 seconds. There's a way to scale your timeouts. I forget how. Okay. I think we fixed that one race condition that we saw 2 days ago. Everything is fine. Oh. Okay, so package level state is bad. Don't do it. Now, load mutex protects load count. Manager can own its own channel of load requests and its own load count and its own load mutex. Does it need to own its own mutex for load count? Yes, because there's multiple Go routines doing handle requests because they wanted 4 of them or whatever. That's fine, but these shan't get mixed up across different managers anymore. Protects all fields above this. Protect. We could do like a thing here, but I, I almost want to just prove to myself that this is valid Golang before I delete it and don't use it. Although, protects other members of the ode substruct. It's because we'll zero value it, and then manager dot load dot requests. The zero value for mutex is good, and the zero value for count is good, I believe. We need to know which manager. We still have package level state for the manager, but I'd rather have it all in one object instead of in multiple objects. Look at that. We made it already now, but okay. So I still don't like this, but it is what it is. Okay. I don't want the deadline to be 25 seconds. I'm worried that with the dash race flag, we might not be able to go so quickly. But I'd rather handle that with, upon running with race detection, bump up the, the timeouts. I think down here I also did it. Yeah. Yeah. Number 20. Yeah. All right. Less package state, more protection from data races. Less package state, less data race. Less package state, less data race. Hello, I'm Vossi. What is up is we just fixed 2 race conditions today. 2? 3? We fixed some race conditions today. Feels good, man. Feels good. There's almost certainly more. But, yeah. Progress. Where's the next one? For half a second there. Race conditions? Never heard of her. If only. If only. But yeah, for a second there I thought, maybe we don't have any more. No, we do. We do. Let's pick one. Slash. Let's not pick one. Let's take a short break, and when I come back, we're going to work on, assuming there was no race conditions anyways, not a good assumption. Let's just try to get a level loading. Yeah, it must be nice. I'm a little bit jealous too. let us spend a little bit of time just saying TDD is nice and wonderful, and it gives us many things, but also just looking at what it is that's crashing might be helpful. So, yeah, rand, not gobbable. Yeah, let's do that. But first, did that. Uh, I guess in the widget thing, you don't see spaces, but let's do this. Right now, that means make a gobbable pseudo-random number generator. I had this planned out in, what was it? Game. PRNG rand. Uela rand. There we go. Not in game. In game LOS. Okay, so long story short, the game state. I tried to learn TDD a bit ago, but I had to resume with a project of mine, and one thing I realized is you have to know TDD to apply it. At least that's what I gathered. Exactly. That's part of the objective with this project is for me to force myself to practice TDD to learn it. I certainly have tried to apply it in real life before, and yeah, I never got real returns on it before I said I've got to just get this done, right? But certainly with enough practice, it becomes the quicker way to get things done. I think in terms of developer arc, the things you can get done once you've mastered TDD is more than you can get done just chasing or not TDDing. But that learning curve up front is really hard to grapple with in a context where you've got deadlines, where you've got other people who are working with you that don't want to do TDD, that kind of thing. So this project kind of presented an opportunity to use TDD. So I've been trying to do that. But yeah, for the rest of the stream, we won't. Yeah, it seems like a smart approach. It's like the opposite, but when the mindset clicks, you can truly envision a world of benefits. Oh yeah, no, I've already benefited a lot in this project from TDD. Just the ability to refactor and say, if the tests pass, I commit and I push and I'm happy. I don't have to worry about anything else. All of the features, all of the behavior that I care about is covered by tests. Everything else is broken. And that is just how this project is right now. It's either tested and working or broken. And just, carving out the next little bit with another test and making it pass. So I say that, but well, let's do it here, right? So I know what I want to do. I want to have a behavior where game data gobbable is actually gobbable, and so I'm going to write a test. I really need to code gen this away, but test gobbable game state. T is a pointer testing T. And then here we're going to say, ought to be able to gob encode a game state. Now, we don't always need to do a t.run right at the start of each test, but I like to. I like to have a little bit more pros for what is it that I'm trying to test. So yeah, it's great. It was trying to learn it in C++, but the frameworks aren't amazing, so I switched to C# when I was learning, and XUnit was much more enjoyable. Yeah, certainly in my early career, I was a Java developer, so JUnit was like the lingua franca for testing. So using something like XUnit or CPP unit was definitely the next easiest thing to do. um, what were you using in C++ for your test framework? Um, I ended up having to learn and embrace gtest, and although I've yet to meet a testing framework that I love, it was at least tolerable. Okay, so given game state, serialized is what's the thing? Like gob dot new encoder dot encode. Buff can be a bytes buffer, and then oh yeah, it might be an error. If error not nil, I'm gonna panic. This is a no, this is not a panic. This is a test fail. A lot of the time, I distinguish between like crashing and test failing, whereas like the test crashing is a bug in the test, and the test failing is a bug in the code. But this is actually germane to the test, right? If the serialization failed, it's because we can't encode game state. So I'm gonna use assert dot nil. No error. We're gonna say require actually. My fingers just know how to do this. But require and assert are two of these like testing packages. It was a while ago now, but I'm pretty sure it was a framework by Google. Okay, have you seen outside in TDD? That seems difficult to master. That sounds familiar, but I can't. It rings a bell, but I don't know it. State is new decoder. Decode. New state is a what is the thing? Gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. And of course, this isn't exported, so we're going to have to deal with that, but we'll deal with it. When you first started to utilize TDD, did you refer to katas or did you jump straight into your own type of project? I think I before this project, I tried a couple katas. Nothing really satisfying, I would say. I didn't really find any katas that were very satisfying, but I definitely found that TDD in this project has been satisfying because I do see it's like I see it giving me value back. And with the katas, like it's practice for practice sake, which is important, but hard for me to really get excited about, if that makes sense. Um, I guess it doesn't return the serialized data, right? And then, yeah. Has been red, green, refactor, commit for the most part then. It's been red, green, refactor, 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 red, green, refactor, 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 red, get stash, refactor, refactor, red, green, refactor, refactor, commit. um, sorry, I should say red. It's actually red commit, green commit, refactor commit, refactor commit, refactor commit. I'm actually committing my red and green steps, um, and then tagging each of my commits with what step it was. But yeah, a lot of refactors, and sometimes I break the rules. I think one of the things somebody told me was part of the reason to practice TDD is to learn when you can break the rules, um, and get comfortable with breaking the rules at the right time. Um, yeah, red commit, green commit, refactor commit. Yeah, same. I have zero interest in CS puzzles or rote memorization. Can't bring myself to care about leak code and crap like that. I'm motivated exclusively by building stuff. You don't think having more history is a bad thing? Yeah, me neither. I think it's a good thing. It, some might argue that it would be a pain in the butt to try to bisect this history. Uh, Probably, but I'm tagging them, so just look at the green steps or something. Uh, anybody who wants to bisect in this commit history, I'm more than happy to help write them a helper script. um, but yeah, uh, this might return an error. Yeah, error is that required? No error. Now, given a game state, we might need to do the thing I don't want to, which is that. Um, I don't like, if I can get away with it, having my tests in the package. I want them in a test package, but these aren't exported, and so I'm not going to be able to reference them unless I'm in the package. We can refactor later to export things as needed, but this is going to return a pointer to game data gobbable. Yeah, just going to stub it right now. We don't need that. Yay. All right, so we can just return a zero value. And let loose. Is this Git repo public? Yes, it is. I can share a link to my GitHub. Also, I forgot to say, but I found that TDD does work, but you also need to understand the underlying system beforehand. Otherwise, you may actually do things incorrectly and cause more headache with TDD. You ran into that. Maybe I approached it wrong, but it was not a good day. Yeah, it can be pretty tough sometimes. Like, actually, this is a very unfamiliar system for me. I came across this Reddit thread about a year ago or so, and it was in the back of my mind. This this project I'm working on is actually an old Kickstarter project that I was not involved with, but I found it long after it had gone defunct. Um, Kind of their last ditch effort was to just chuck the stuff up on GitHub. Uh, but when I saw that even the original author claimed he can't bring the source code to compile, I was like, really? Challenge accepted. And so I've been able to make it compile and even start and draw things. And that was a while coming. But yeah, it doesn't help that I don't know the code base. I don't know OpenGL or game dev in general. And I definitely don't know the weird stuff they wanted to do. Um, but I'm still using TDD. uh, Being able to use tooling to refactor is pretty helpful. Um, Damn, so you're diving in heads first. Respect. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's. I'm not saying it's particularly quick or effective or what you might call wise, but I'm doing it anyways. This is a flaky test, and it continues to flake. And this red test just passed? Huh? This is why you do the red step first. Like, why did that pass? That shouldn't have passed. I don't think Golang will let me do that. They will! I don't mean to distract from the goal of the stream, but are you using LSP or is it something like CTags you're using instead? The goal of the stream is to develop in the open, so and answer questions and build a community. So you're not distracting. Don't worry about it. But no, I'm using YCM, a project called You Complete Me. Yeah. So it's a bunch of Python, and it is basically an LSP, and it's using Go Please in the back. But this completer also can talk to C++. Completer can talk to Python. This, that, the other thing, right? Um, it's not this thing that's breaking. Hmm. Uh, Assume this is Vim and not NeoVim? Yep. It's Vim. I tried to use NeoVim one time, and I think it didn't play with my terminal or something. And it's probably not NeoVim's fault. It's probably my fault. But um, it kind of soured me on it anyways. Yeah, so we tried to send to Lua a little command to call round start with 2 parameters, and it panicked because rand is not gob, not registered for gob. We don't have great what you call it, attribution, but knowing what I know, I'm pretty sure we tried to run tutorial 1 Lua round start and I bet we said intruder setup, and we were like, were we? Must run a string. Save game state. Okay, this is what panicked. Okay. 2 gob base 64. Right. Okay, what did we try to gob? Total state. Oh, we tried to have a whole game. Need more context. Like, damn, bro, I want to get back into TDD, but it does distract from ongoing projects. It's annoying. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I've come across a more incremental adoption approach. I mean, depending on the project you're on, hopefully there are tests. Even just writing your test first. It doesn't have to be the exact test that you end up committing or whatever, but like, maybe this is too low level of a test, but this reads clearly to me. But like, if it had to call to gob to base 64, yeah, I wouldn't know what it was. Type not registered for interface. So I guess it's telling me that game. Oh right, game is not defined in game. It's defined in game LOS. The tests are quite different from the typical assert here, print and output, etc., because you're hijacking cams in single-player games real time, which involves hooking in logic running in render pipelines every frame. So the tests are a bit tougher to test in my eyes. Hijacking cams in single-player games, real time. Certainly the components should be testable. Like if you have a function that does a search of some data structure or something, you should be able to test that. But yeah, like not all applications lend themselves to testing very easily. Certainly this one, it's been tough in terms of like a lot of time tests will fail and it's just the screen is black and I don't know why. And they kind of you don't get the uh, clear reason for test failure all the time. Wait a minute. This is a ran.source. Yeah. Hmm? This returns a rand. But this is a rand source. I guess the source is the interface and the rand is the struct. Okay. But when trying to gob a rand, it's got a field called source of type source, which is an interface. Why is... Sorry, I'm just confused as to why this works. This is a source too, isn't it? Oh my gosh. You can int63 and seed a rand. But you can't, but the zero value doesn't have it. Yeah, okay. So we need to be given a game. Given a game. test game new state. And I think I will do a pointer. Just doing a 0 value for the game isn't going to do it. Make game the wrong way. That's me. A side note, I find it hard to test functions which don't return a result back. Yeah. Is that just me? No. Test in TDD fashion. No, like, you know, a function that takes void arguments and returns void is only going to do side effects. And so, what side effects? There's no way to write a test that's not coupled to that implementation. I mean, maybe you can like call it and assert that you haven't aborted, but like, I don't know. Pure functions are much easier to test, that's for sure. Okay. I thought I had a helper for making a game. Is it in game test? No. Should it be? Yes. You find that outside-in TDD addressed this issue somehow, but forgot how to do it. And another thing, writing TDD for legacy code is an even tougher task, so kudos to you. Oh, well, thank you. I think it's made easier by the fact that nobody else is really writing this code. I mean, if you want to submit a PR, I'd be happy to happy to take contributions, but I can just clobber stuff. I don't have to worry about like breaking something that somebody's working on. Yeah. I thought I had something for this. Okay. I'm gonna game panel. Ew. Did you not make a game? No. I mean, I guess we're gonna call make game. Oh yeah. A sprite manager. Oh, hello, Glop. I guess we're gonna write given a game ourselves, and that's okay. So return make game. You take a house def, so given a house def and sprite manager. Sprite manager. Why did I get the image of like a Taco Bell manager holding like 17 cups of Sprite. Oh. No, I thought I had given a house def somewhere. An example of what he meant about understanding the underlying system beforehand was when you tried a bowling kata, you jumped in and kind of realized you don't know how the score actually works. Yeah, okay. Like the underlying requirements. Yeah, yeah. I don't really know the requirements here either, other than it should probably open a window and like play a game. I don't know what the rules of the game are. I don't know uh you know much more than what you'd seen on the Kickstarter like pitch page. But yeah. So we have house viewer test given a house def. This should be Nectar house test. I don't know if this is like common Golang practice, but if I have a package and I need helpers for code that is going to write tests that use this package, I had a house test, like a package foo test that exports them. I don't know if that's a good pattern, but it's at least consistent with what other stuff I've done. So for situations like that, I still haven't decided if test first is the best approach or just writing a simple implementation to understand the system and then use TDD is better. I guess it depends on the project. Yeah, it probably depends on the project and how easy it might be to look up or find a source of truth for how the score should work in the bowling game, right? Like you could probably look it up on the internet, like how do turkeys work and all that stuff. But um, yeah, it's definitely hard to make progress when you don't know what it should do and you don't have something that does anything or does something but you don't know how to gauge it, how to break it down into what is and isn't working. Given, we will export it given house def. And we will steal it from hostViewerTest.go. Yeah. All right, given a sprite manager. We don't. Oh, I want to do a case insensitive there. We don't have it. We're gonna make it. Oh, it might be defined in glop though. Um, you remember the reason I really wanted to learn TDD was because the tests you write can sometimes be more robust than writing tests after, because you might miss things, and once you have a massive code base, you feel like the test can sometimes lean towards being more biased. Definitely, yeah. Um, you kind of don't poison your mind with what you already know about the code before you write the test. And so you end up writing a test against what any of the code, any correct implementation should do. And so as long as the test is written that way, you should be able to change the implementation without having to change too much in the test. That and the fact it's very easy to go overly complex, and so sometimes TDD helps to remain grounded. Yeah, taking those small steps is really, really helpful, and TDD is good for that. I found. But yeah, we might want to look in glop for given a sprite manager. Given a sprite? Nope. We will look for it. Make manager. We need a function that makes a byte bank and a render queue interface. Render test dot make stub render queue and RAM byte bank. Make RAM byte bank. That is in return sprite.make manager on that render queue interface and that byte bank. Oh, chunk of string. These are some chill vibes here. Curious, how long have you used Vim for? Since third year university, which would have been a heckin' long time ago. 2008. So that's 27 years. Oh my god, I'm old. 20, no, 17 years. I can math. I did math. I know math. I know all of math. I don't know all the math. Yeah, 17 years, I think. It would seem. Much longer than you expected. I wrote it on my Twitch page. Yeah. That's when I started professionally, so sounds about right. Yeah. No, it's been a hot minute. Expecting here like 2 years or something. Don't know if that's a dig or not. Like, should I be faster? No, I'm just checking. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, I'm an old man. What was I doing? I was doing test-driven development. So I'm going to test things. So this is not the failure I was expecting. It might be more about a bug in my test instead of other broken behavior. Do we have to? Yeah, we need to get. We need to initialize the registries, and it's not. What is it? Register registry. There's a registry. Yeah, you should be 10x faster. Go, fast. Yeah. Should be. But I'm an old man. What? Get object 133. You've used NeoVim for about 6 months now. Like to utilize as many few keystrokes as when possible. Yeah, I think for me it's just I do what my fingers remember, for better or for worse. I've probably picked up a few bad habits. Um, what this is telling me is like map index on a zero value. So reg was a zero value, but that means the registry had a zero value in the registry name. Oh, sorry. Message load from an unknown registry. Okay. I just gotta read. uh, let's say I want to yank a paragraph. I try just to yank inner paragraph rather than visual inner paragraph yank. It's hard to avoid visual mode for some cases though. Yeah. Um, I used Vim for a while before before I knew about visual mode, so I kind of learned a lot of good habits. And now I'm spoiled. Uh, but yeah. Another nice thing about Vim is whenever you watch somebody else use Vim, you see something that they can do that you were like, "Ooh, I want to do that." So you can learn from them. So certainly, if you see any uh, Vimisms you want to pick my brain about, let me know. But yeah, so we haven't initialized the registries. Uh, how initialize registries again? It was a way. Set data dir. That's that's how you initialize registries. You try harder Vim motions and kind of became addicted to improving at them. That's a good way to approach it. Like you can you're constantly like sharpening your tools. You're constantly accelerating instead of just uh, pushing. So I like to think, the majority of efficient ways to do something, but yeah, I never know until you come across it. Yeah, for sure. Um, so you're telling me you're still not registered? What? What? Where'd my other thing go? Oh, I guess I got to do that too. Global state, I hate it. Um, if I had to list out the most useful Vim command, what would it be? Most useful command or the most useful commands? Um, yours would be dot. Yeah, it's so good. Use that in combination with star. Yeah, yeah. If I can't substitute, that is. Yeah. Um, if you consider colon to be a command, that would be my hot take slash uh, kind of what's what is the thing? It, you mean in terms of emotions? No, that's what I mean. Like I was trying to be clever and and say, oh well, actually the colon command is the most powerful command by far because you can use X, which means you don't even need any of the rest of Vim. Um, if you wanted to really be a real jerk, you'd be like bang, uh, nano, just do something else, nano. But yeah, in terms of motions, um, search like slash search. I always do a slash like this, that, the other thing, right? And then it sets you up for the N and the shift N, and it's just so good. So yeah, I would say slash if that counts as a motion. Or are you talking about like normal mode motions? So like word back, uh, end of word, beginning of line, end of line, up a page, down a page. Search is a good one. Yeah, yeah. Wait, registry imports game imports. I didn't think you imported game. Wait, what? It's not registry.loadout. It's base loadout. What is what? Oh my god. Why would you put? I'm so confused. Okay, I'm less confused, but I'm not happy with this. Uh, Who calls load all registries? Hmm. That's It would be helpful to have game underscore test as the package. Well, utilize model out for matching brackets. Yeah, grabbing a code block is so nice. Yeah, matching curly bracket scope. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh, try and think easy way to make good. Because it's definitely this one that I want to call. Um, that means I need this, which means I can't do this. I can do this. But I can't do this. But maybe I can. I hate that it's not in game go. One thing you're supposed to see is I'm not using line numbers. Yeah, I don't need them. I mean, like when I see compile failures, I can read the line number and I just jump to it. Um, I don't need to see like, oh, I actually want to go to line 127. Um, yeah. What do you use line numbers for? Oh, we gotta initialize all the things, don't we? Where's the thing? We lost it. Since your test. Why do we call texture get render queue? Oh, relative line numbers for jumping? I probably search like script to game, like, or something. I don't know. It might be a thing I should do. I might should learn do that. When we make a game, we allocate this. Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah. Which means I need to initialize textures as well. Which means I need to initialize the render queue. Ugh. What is this? This may or may not work. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, set relative number. I just find it a bit more precise if I can't use HML. Maybe I'm overlooking things, but I do like to be quick where possible. I don't think you're overlooking things, and yeah, certainly anything that's quick for you is good for you. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. Uh, it's probably something I should. Sorry, it's probably something I could benefit from. I just haven't done it. Hey, this is the error I expected to see. That's how this test is supposed to fail. Now, what a pain in the butt that I've got to load all registries to like game make game. Maybe we can stub this. Yeah. Maybe I'm going to stub it. Punk. Make stubbed hostdef. You get a hostdef. You get a hostdef. Everybody gets a hostdef. I got too many tabs. Game test. Nope. I need that. But then I don't need this. Maybe. Okay. You convinced me. We will give you things in your struct instead of just zero values. Okay. Name. Stubbed. Icon. No, you get nothing. Floors. You can get a slice of pointer to floor. Even a slice of pointer to house.floor. Same thing. We need a stub floor. Make stubbed floor. Ugh. Okay, what's in our floor? Return house floor. Slice of pointer room. No rooms and no spawns, but at least no nil slices. Actually, I had a plugin which disabled repetitive uses of HJKL. The one thing I found I do the most is use Control Y and Control E and just scroll a single line at a time when analyzing stuff. So I disabled those and just use ZT, ZZ, ZB now, along with Control D and Control U, of course. Yeah. slice sub pointer room house room. Aha. Wah. Flaky test is flaking. But this. Happiness. Okay. What do we change? We said house. Well, let's prompt. And we said, okay, house test, house def gets to be a thing. This new test is a thing. But we had to export make game. That's fine. And we had to call house test given a house def instead of define our own there. Test. Verify that we can gob encode a game. Longest red step ever. Let's make it green. It's the rand, right? So instead of a rand source, we are going to, pardon me, no, it's still going to be a rand source. Instead of just new rand, we're going to say gobbable rand. Yeah. And this takes a underlying source, which is a rand source, and it returns a, wouldn't you know what, a rand source. Return address of goobable. Type gobbable rand source is a struct. I had this in my mind for how to implement this for a while. So it's a rand source called source, and buff, which is a slice of int64. And so buff is make slice of int64. Yeah, let's make 64 of them. Right, and this doesn't know how to make things anymore, or doesn't know how to rand source right now. I like to do this. Var underscore is a rand source equal to the value cast as pointer to gobbable rand source nil. This is the kind of type assertion that gobbable rand source implements rand.source, because this is the reason for this to exist, is to implement rand source. So when this doesn't build, that's my cue that either the interface has changed or this has changed in an incompatible way. But right now, does it tell me? Yeah. Missing int63 and set seed, I think. Func pointer to gobbable rand source. We can int63 by returning an int64. if len buff. Sorry, this is going to be, what do I want this to be? Empty slice for now. If len of the buffer greater than 0, then we just pull from the buffer. Buff is grs.buff onwards. Ret is grs.buff at 0. Return ret. Otherwise, we need to buffer more. So grs.buff is grs.rebuffer. Rebuff. Rebuffer. Rebuffer. This is greater than 1. It is source.63 and net. So if there's more than one element in the buffer, dequeue it and slice off the tail. Otherwise, we have one element in the buffer. If len grs.buff 0. I mean, we could say if it's 0, then panic, but this will panic too. Buff is, what am I thinking here? I'm thinking like pull 64 values from the source. Buff. Make slice of 6.4. Give me 64 capacity. New buff at I is grs.source.63. And then grs buff is new buff. Return. Do I want just to pull another in63, or do I want to actually dequeue it? Also, maybe I don't want to pull from the front. I want to pull from the back. I want that. And then grs.buff is all the way up to len of grs.buff -1 exclusive. So DQ from the tail, and then we'll need to do 63. GRS.source. And then now the state is maybe gobbable. I don't know. We'll see. Oh no, before we do this, we have to say source.seed. Buff at 0. That's the whole idea, is that the state is not in here, it's in here. And then we can just serialize this. And we do 63 at a time to save churn. And if we're going to save churn, we might as well be popping from the back instead of the front. So maybe we shouldn't use a slice, we should just use an array, but can I do this? I think so. Imagine we came in the first time. The length is 1. We seed it. We make 63. And we yield it. Yeah, I think that's deterministic in terms of what it's going to generate. And then we need to be able to seed. Seed given n is an int64. We're just going to say grs.buff is a new slice of int64 on n. And then we just need to support gobbable RAM source. And we can do that easily with a func of grs pointer to gobbable RAM source. I think it's called gob encode and gob decode. Returns a slice of byte or an error. Okay. Gob dot new encoder of buff you're going to write to buff, and you're going to encode grs dot. We don't need to hold on. No, we do. Do we? No, we don't. We don't need to hold on to the rent source. We make our own. And then gob encode, gob decode happens for free. Hooray! Rand.new source of grs.buff at 0. Right? Src is that, and then it's like, give me some ints, and then return 1 as well, for good measure. And then just because I'm not a psychopath, yeah, look at that. Now I probably should have wrote tests that the gobble thing does things, but don't worry about it. Gobble rand source. Oh, I still need to implement encodable, decodable thing, I think. Func of grs gobble rand source encode slice of byte or an error, return grs dot buff encode. Eh? No. Gob.new encoder of buff dot encode grs buff. If error not nil, return nil error. Otherwise, return some bytes nil. Oh, some bytes dot bytes. I mean, we could just do. We might be able to do this if I remember correctly, but I'm going to do this because I know that this is. This isn't trying to be clever. And I don't want to try to be clever unless I have to be. Or once I'm in a refactor step. Encode. Decode. Takes a slice of byte, I would imagine. Oh, not decode, but gob decode. Gob decode. Yeah. So it's like gob.new decoder Oh yeah, it sets self, right? Yeah. So grs.buff is decode into grs.buff. If error is not nil, return it. Otherwise, we're done. Huh? Now, I don't know if that will be enough to satisfy Mr. Gob. Type not registered for interface. Okay. Documentation. Blank. Gob. Type not registered for interface. I don't want to use an init. Gob.register. What is it? Gobble and source. We need a pointer to it, right? Yeah. No. Pointer to game. Do we have a... Do we have more stack trace than that? Anywhere? No? Am I a madman? Over the weekend, I converted my frameworks from Pascal case and Camel case to Snake case, and did that using Vim macros and the quick fix list entirely. I've done more crazy things than that. Like, if you wanted Snake case and you made it Snake case, that's not mad. Um, what would be mad would be what you're telling me is that what? It was a lot of files. It took me both days. Oh, I see what you're saying. Are you a madman for converting that much code? Um, it depends, but also there might have been a better way. Um, Oftentimes, finding a way to do things incrementally instead of over the entire weekend would be preferable. But you know, if you want Snake Case and you think it's worth it, then it's not bad. I don't know the gob stuff. So you're telling me encoded to buff, new decoder takes a reader, and then a decode takes an any. Now the any should be a pointer to something. Oops. That looks like a pointer to something. Maybe doing this for the game. Maybe I need to do bytes.new buffer. I don't think so. Like, that would be a reading end of file problem, not a this doesn't look like a pointer problem. Yeah, okay. What? What? Stores it in the data represented by the empty interface value. Oh. In the, but stores it in the data represented by that any value. If it's a nil, the value will be discarded. Otherwise, the value underlying E must be a pointer to the correct type for the next data item received. Yeah, so like we encoded a game. And then we decode a game. That looks like a pointer to me. The days basically consisted of C do. Yeah. Love that feature. Yeah. Well, I think I'm about done for today. I'm already half hour over my typical end time, but I'd have thought that taking the address of a value would give us a pointer. Maybe I'm mad. Okay, man, take care. It's been great talking. Have a good one. Thanks, you too. Yeah, and if you want to drop a follow, I try to be online kind of Monday to Friday. Um, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Kind of giving streaming the good old college try, but yeah. I also like to raid people if there's viewers. Let's see here. Oh, Tom BH. Let's raid Tom. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And yeah, you're welcome back anytime. Certainly, if you want to check out the GitHubs and send a PR to clean stuff up or add tests or tell me why I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to uh, bring in contributors. But yeah, thanks so much for stopping by and hope to see you again next time.